Dun, 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 dun. All right, so here's the thing. All right, I was watching. I hope Chemist Chaz watches this and Chosen One Community because I was watching something earlier in a live stream. All right, so Chosen One Community is not Kenzie. And they are not Amy. They are not. They're not. They're not. They are not. You know what I think, Tiffany? I think that you don't like Amy. Okay? I think you don't like her. And I think that you are doing something for someone. Hi, Ellen. In the way of suicide trolling somebody. I don't know Amy 825. I don't have much interaction with her, but she's never struck me as the type of person who is malicious. I have seen a lot of misogynistic men on YouTube, and Tom Reed being one of them. And, you know, I think it's very telling to read in your chat when somebody says, funny how whenever Amy or this fake aunt call in, they get recorded. And, you know, here's, you know, Tiffany with the recording. Yeah, it is kind of funny, isn't it? I've seen that before too. And I've seen Tom Reed take part in it, and on another channel. I see that same male involved in what was going on with Amy. And both of them seem to have some kind of interaction with her. And you see, Amy, I don't see her like, you know, having these outward channels talking about people or talking about them or anything, because what happens is these misogynistic men start ranting and raving, and you've got these women that for some reason support these men. And so I think what you're doing, Tiffany, is suicide trolling Amy on account of some men. For some men. Okay? I don't like how you keep saying I shared the link out and stuff for that video. I know right from wrong. And the bottom line is you didn't. So what I did do was tell people to share out the link for Chosen One Community's channel. But all the while, it's okay. Like, What you did was voluntarily, and then that. But I mean, you're so offensive to people. Here's a little. Here's a little thing here. I'm not sure, but I think chosen one community might be a guy because, and I'm gonna say, and if they're not a guy, I do think they live around Detroit, and but I have heard Nitty refer to them as a guy. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But they could be. But I'm certain that they don't sit there and have conversations with themselves on their own channel. According to you, Tiffany, and you know, and I noticed that you've been talking to people behind the scenes and, you know, bullshit like that. According to you, that would mean that Amy is having conversation with herself or himself. Hi, Mr. Tim. In the under the guise of being multiple accounts that confer on their channel. So according to you, Tiffany, chosen one community sits there and has conversation with themselves. In not just one, not just two, but at least 3 accounts, according to you. Hi, Just John. What's your problem with Amy? That you were calling well-being checks on her and saying she doesn't have a dead son. So how do you know if she does or doesn't? I mean, I don't know anything about Amy. I'm just going by what I heard this weirdo saying. How do you know that? How do you know that? Were you searching and searching and searching and couldn't find an obituary, or are you just saying that? What's your problem? And prudently, do I sit in places calling you a contributor to Sharon's behavior that night and the next morning when she was nodding out? Do I? I'm not a vindictive bitch. When have I ever been a vindictive bitch? When have I ever called you any names, prudently? Hmm? Why the fuck would you be sitting in a chat and of somebody who you never liked? You never liked until I wasn't getting along with them. I noticed that about you, prudently. It's very weird to me. It's like you never liked Sharon, and then when we weren't getting along, you liked her. You didn't like Bobbles. Then Bobbles and I didn't get along, and then you liked her. Same with Tiffany. I mean, Bobby Ramos, what the fuck is with you? I thought you were my friend, Tiffany. I thought you were my friend. Tiffany even liked the the comment that karma for my kid, karma for my kid. And I defended you. Now you're over there talking shit about me. What the hell's wrong with you, dummy? To this day, you haven't even said to anybody what I did to you or what Cassidy did to you, Tanger, or Night Owl. Why the fuck are you going around talking about me, you fucking crazy lady? Ass kisser. Hi, Linda. You're an ass kisser. What's wrong with you, you nut? Stop it. Hi, crying red. Oh, you were kicking ass last night. About Tiffany Moser. Thank you, Linda. I think that's her last name. It could be Monster. I don't know. I'm not sure. Moses. I'm not certain what it is. Hi, Mark. Uh, uh, her saying that chosen one community basically has conversations with themselves in their own comment section. And it's really weird to me. Linda's my favorite name, by the way. I have a new video. Where? Did I upload a video? Oh, what Tiffany's saying? Yeah, it's made up. She's suicide trolling. She's suicide trolling and getting people together to suicide troll Amy. 825. I think she's been doing that to her for a little while now. Because we all know Tom Reed gets off on that shit. And he's a misogynist. And oh, it was in the car. It wasn't today though, right? Because you know what? I made one and I didn't like it, and I freaked out. I thought maybe I posted it by accident when you said that. Linda, it's Linda. I know, and that's how my hair grew in. And oh, and you know what, Sharon? In the 80s, people really didn't have bangs. They feathered their hair. Or no, they hairsprayed it. Yeah. They hairsprayed it. Hairsprayed it. Big hair. It was big hair. My hair doesn't even look anything like in the 80s. Why the fuck would she say my hair looks like the 80s? But what kills me is, Tiffany goes on and on about what people have done to Sharon and this and that. But, I mean, thank you, Linda. I loved the 80s. I was driving with my daughter today, and they had a billboard up, right? It was for cigarette smoking, and it had like one of the old stereos, on the billboard, and it said, unfortunately, unlike side B, nobody ever skipped one of these, right? Yeah, you would kind of curl them on. Yeah, it's like hairspray them up. Um, but I think my hair was all one length at that time. Long. But and you know what? You know why I have bangs? Um, well, first of all, my hair grew in with bangs. Isn't that weird? But I always thought I had a big forehead, but now I look at these girls with those 10 heads and I'm like, what the heck? I like bangs too. Little fringy poo. Some people should have their hair like Cousin It. Sharon, have you ever thought about having hair like that? Oh, but the billboard, it said, unfortunately, unlike side B, nobody ever skipped one of these. And they were talking about cigarettes, right? But I said to my daughter, what's that fucking say? I grew up in the 80s when every side B was good. I mean, you could put a cassette tape in and the whole thing was good. Stephanie, Nit, Mark, Mr. Kim, Just John, Crying Red, Ellen, Linda. I hope I got everybody so far. Hope I didn't miss Mark. Think I got you guys. Think I got you, Mr. Tim, everybody. Oh, hi, Gigi. I know, but remember what I told you? Think about how lucky you are to have a dad that was your best friend. Some people, man, their dads are just gone. My father was. I'm not trying to make it about me. I'm trying to make you know how blessed you are. It's not up to me to actually do that. I know that, but unlike some people will go, "Oh, I'm sorry," or "Well, that's good. It's okay. I'm getting a lot of new people." It seems been getting a lot of new people. Hi, Tiffany H. Oh, I don't worry what she thinks. I definitely, um, exactly, Just John, right? Right. Yes, sometimes you need to, everybody needs to be reminded of like the little, because it's all in how you look at it. Like if somebody had offered you, well, you could have this dad, this dad, this dad, this dad, and everybody put their dads in the middle of the table. I bet you'd be like, hell no, I ain't putting my dad in the middle of the table so people could pick which one. I want my dad, no matter if he is, passed away and just a memory. Like if somebody's live dad was still alive, but they at like 90, but they had been rotten to them their whole life. Rotten. Look at freaking Aaron Spelling. Hi, Mary, Mary. What do you mean? Look, you get it. Why? What happened? What does she mean? Look, she gets it. Hi, Buns. What do you mean, Mary, Mary? See how lucky you had somebody who came into your life and loved you voluntarily. We all need love, Mary Mary. Thank you, Tiffany. My new hair. It's not from the 80s. Mary Mary, I want to tell you that I think that you're a very strong woman. I know, right, Crying Red? You're a very strong woman, and you have a huge heart. I don't think there's a malicious bone in your body. I really don't. I don't think there is a malicious bone in your body. And I think you're beautiful. I think you have a beautiful, beautiful voice. That's a gift from God. Your voice. A gift from God, Mary Mary. And you are beautiful. And I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that like saying you're a beautiful person, so you're beautiful. No, you're beautiful. You are. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Mary. I don't know if anybody has ever told you this, but what I saw happening was you and Lou got played as pawns because, in my opinion, okay? In my opinion, well, you had some very rotten things being done to you, Mary Mary. And you had a right to be angry. You have every right in the world to be angry. Every right in the world. Okay? So does Tiffany H. Um, every right in the world to be angry. I noticed that there's a person with the same name as Tiffany who's always very, very calm. Very calm. You know? And I think it's because they know what they are doing and what they're. See, this is what happened, Mary Mary. I hope you're still here. Are you? Because if you're not, I don't want to go into it, but this is my opinion on what happened there. So, are you still here, Mary Mary? Because sometimes I'll be talking to Mary Mary and she pops in and then pops out. Because I know she's been feeling bad. And, I love chili cheese dogs myself. I notice how, um, oh, and you know what? I actually was watching Sharon's live stream and she was going, they say we harass people's kids. Well, they left the people's kids out. They say we harass children. First of all, Sharon, I wasn't doing commentary on you in my last live stream. So why you felt it necessary to go live and say I was is strange. You can't shake off Sharon or a psychopath like that. It's the same as if you had, say you had dishes. Mary, Mary. She sure did. She sure did, Tiffany. Mary, Mary, listen. When Lou was thinking you were saying stuff about her, that munchie was going around. That munchie was going around inciting. I'm starting to think munchie might have been Tiffany M. Might have been Tiffany M. And they were inciting because here's the thing: Tom Reed, chosen one, is like so paranoid in controlling and egotistical and stuff like that, that even a small channel just starting off like yours, Mary Mary, or Tiffany H, any of them, or Traveler Girl Lou, um, any of them, any of them. Yep, 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 nah, nah. Exactly. Absolutely. That girl sits there all freaking day and does his bidding because okay, Don. Let me know if anybody disappears too. From my chat room if they get deleted or anything, because earlier we had a problem like that. I know. She is. Sharon is a bad person. Tiffany is a bad person, in my opinion. Not Tiffany H. Not Tiffany H. They say things like, you know, hi Cassidy. Right, but I was talking about Tiffany M because Tiffany M is very computer savvy. Now, I will tell you that whoever it was somebody who didn't um, didn't like, what, Stephanie? What do you mean? Why? What was so scary? Oh, when you got blocked, you mean? Yeah, that's what it was when she got blocked. I have a fucking memory as this, of a fish for 10 seconds. That's what it is, too. I mean, yes, it's bad that Maddie is saying, she wants food, she wants this, she wants that. Here's the thing, though. At the time, she might want food, you know what I mean? And then she gets the money, and then she gets, yeah, I'm just choking on weed. No, I know it was, yeah. A fish? Oh, the memory of a fish. Yes, the memory of a fish, like 10 seconds. 10 seconds. I'm like Dory. I'm the Dory of YouTube. Hi, Red Pants. Here's the thing, though. Even when you don't watch them, Gigi, they watch. And she sits there going, my people. I have people. My people. Oh, they reported you, Addie, at your job. It wasn't me. I have my people do that, Addie. Um, and I need these people to understand that after this past week, I mean, Sharon, man, yours was never there, but yours is done, kaput. Like, and prudently, man, I don't get it. Like, do some people just become possessed, like Bobby and Prudently? Did they become possessed? Did they get possessed? I don't know if it was a rogue boob. That's right, a rogue boob. Yeah, I keep forgetting about that. I have to figure that out. Yeah, I mean, no, 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 Gigi. What would she move on to? You have to think about that. Well, I do it in fast time, but only because those people are dangerous. Just like with Tiffany H, how they, um, you know, did the CPS thing. And they're dangerous people. Dangerous people in the sense that they have no, okay, their frontal cortex, right? Isn't it weird? That woman is always around. And she was talking about my fucking daughter today. I was with my daughter today. What's your fucking gig, little miss? My daughter loves me. My daughter's a productive citizen. What's your problem? Try to put your opinion out there about my fucking kid when nobody even knows who the fuck you are, little miss. Exactly. She ain't funny, man. I mean, even sometimes when I want to do commentary about it, yeah, she's not gonna move on because she thinks. And even if she moved on, right, Gigi? Think about that, right? Think about that. The things that they do are detrimental. So even if she moved on to somebody else, it would be detrimental. So it's like when people, you have to stop telling people, though, Tiffany H, you've got to, you, you've got to stop. You have to make time at night so you can be quiet and not aggravate. I think a lot of your aggravation stems from the fact that you're trying to do too much at one time and you have a lot to do. Little Miss is not here. I wonder if Little Miss is Kenzie. Yeah, why would somebody say that? I'm not gonna lie to you. Recently, now that you brought that up about Kenzie saying as her mom put her up for adoption. I was watching somebody's video, and this somebody, their channel name, I'm just going to give you a hint. I'm going to give you guys a hint. Their channel, and I hate to do this, but I'm just thinking out loud, okay? Because I remember HMB, and HMB did not say something unless she had researched it. And she didn't say much. But when HMB would say something, it was pretty much she had, you know, uh, watched the videos. Yeah, they were over there in Tiffany's live stream with Prudently and Bobby Ramos and a couple other people. Like Tiffany, if anybody was talking about cash in my channel, um, I would say remove that. Why didn't you have the fucking decency to do the same for me? Hmm? You never have had that decency. Because I know what you'll use now. You'll go, oh, you were talking about that video that was out recently, but you've never done that. Never. Never. You've called me Hitler's sister. You put out the video of Janice Dickinson account. But I will tell you that recently somebody with the word butterfly in their channel, you know what? I'm going so buns. I actually keep forgetting what I'm talking about. So I'm pretty certain that a lot of people are all over the place right now. No, 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 no. But you're putting it wrong, Tiffany H. So you're not going to get the support that you want. I was talking about M. Tiffany M. Tiffany M. You gotta change your name. Sorry, just kidding. You know what? You're going about that wrong, Tiffany H. What you're doing there, you missed the point of it. No, Tiffany H. No, you didn't. You didn't. Man, I'm so sorry. It's Tiffany H. Is not Tiffany. Oh my God. Let's call her Hitler. Let's call the other Tiffany Hitler. And so from now on, if I hope I remember. Oh my God. Why is it 4:20 where you guys are? It's 10:30 where I am. See, I was doing that, but I started choking. Tiffany H, you know that I didn't mean you, right? Oh my God. Did I say Tiffany H? I know I didn't. I know I just kept saying because for the longest time there's only been one Tiffany. Let me tell you something, Tiffany H. I know exactly how you feel because there's another channel that the channel owner's name is Tracy, right? And man, does she. I hope Tiffany H didn't leave. Um, fish soup. Nacho soup. Nacho soup is good. Nacho soup is good. That'd be a good thing to call herself about, like, man, I hope she didn't leave. I hope she didn't leave. Does anybody know, like, her email or something? Oh, I do. I know her email. Does anybody else? Because that means I have to get out of my live stream. Nacho fish soup. She should make her name that and take a stance on that. But then again, that would tip people off the name of it. I don't know. But or nacho porn, you know? I hope Tiffany M didn't. Oh my God, did I just do that again? Tiffany H. You think so? Crying red? Oh, there she is. No, 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 no. But listen, listen. Don't get mad. You need to think. You need to let me finish, Tiffany H. Only because you're you're no, what's the word I'm trying to think? Like you're like teetering in between, right? Going all the way the Muslim way or a different way, but the fact that you're searching and um, you know, it shows that you're a good person, you know? Oh my God, I can't say that. That's even harder to remember. Are you kidding me? How about I call you Hava? How about Hava? Hava. My sister always play Hava. You know how many times? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is, Nat Nat. See, I love that when people remember stuff. Tandra the other night came out, or was it today? Well, what I was saying to you when I was saying that, I meant, and I didn't get to finish it. What I was saying, what I meant was because the fact is, I know it is Hebrew. Hava. Um, my sister was always Hava and Fiddler on the Roof, and she would make people like cry because the audience, that scene where he disowns her and he goes, "You're dead to me." Tevye does, "You're dead to me. You are no daughter," because he wanted to marry Laser or something. His name was whatever, Laser the Butcher, and she wanted to marry Model. Or was this? I don't know. I can't think of what his name is. And she said, "Papa, Papa." In case anybody doesn't know what that is, that's Fiddler on the Roof. Okay. And everybody would cry. And she would scream it just like in the movie. Like she would yell it, like it was heartbreaking. And Tevye was just walking away with the cart with that horse, that old horse. So sad at the fucking end of Fiddler on the Roof. Poor Jews. And Tiffany H. That's where there's so much talk about discrimination. It was more about the femicide that I thought it would be good that because you're an outspoken, yeah, the pogroms. Hi, Addie. I don't, that it would be you're in a good position to gather women of every color and every religion. Hava, uh, to talk about. I would never call you that. I could never call you that. It's so sad at the end. I told you guys already. I was freaking in in further on the road. And in the beginning I was like, tradition, tradition, tradition. Da, 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 da. Oh my god, I just loved it. Da, 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 da. That night, Debbie. Did you watch the Orphan yet? Watch that, Debbie. Or Final Wish, The Final Wish. Oh my god, the soundtrack to that was so good. You know, I was supposed to see Wicked tonight, but they want people to be freaking vaccinated. Yes, Tiffany H, because you are a strong, outspoken woman, and you are. I mean, obviously, if somebody is searching and speaking of God and their thoughts and everything, they are a good person. You know, you're opening your heart to Cassidy. Was it you who watched The Final Wish? I watched it too, though. It was good. It was really good. Really. I was Bielka, the youngest daughter. Oh my God, the most beautiful song is. I'm just telling you. What are what called again? Oh, the movies? The Final Wish. Yes, the femicide, because Tiffany, The Final Wish and Orphan. And Tiffany, yes, the final, not the final. See, oh my fucking gosh, I'm having 17 conversations at once. Addie, I want to go back to that conversation. Tiffany H, though, yes, because here's the thing. I thought of it as the environment and stuff. It wasn't it, Cassidy? I thought he was fucking dreaming for a while, but he wasn't, was he? No, oh man, I don't know. Yes, he was. He was. He wasn't. He was. He was. No spoiler alert. Oh my God, but it was good. And you know that lady, man, she's such a good actor. What was she from? The Conjuring? Is that what she was in? She was the psychic or something. Oh my God. I'm not big on Phantom of the Opera, but I was supposed to go see Wicked. But I really don't like their soundtrack. Oh, Tiffany H. Uh, when I had been talking to and I was talking to Tanger. And I was like, oh, that bitch fucking put that poisonous plastic. And it is still there where she burned it. She didn't fucking pick it up, right? And so, but see, I hadn't seen the one where she actually lit it on fire. Okay? Hadn't seen that one. I only saw the after effects one. I didn't know there was another one. I had no clue there was another one. And so Tandra said, that's so hard, and then we typed it into Google. And they still do that. I don't know if Tiffany H is still here, but they still do that. They still do that. The femicide in the Middle East and other countries is out of control, and it's beginning to be out of control here. That's like this whole women going against other women. I mean, look at Tiffany called me a CUNT, not Tiffany H, not Tiffany H. Yes. Oh, so you have it. Wonderful. Wonderful, Tiffany H. Wonderful. That puts you at such a wonderful advantage because whether it was, you could even start a whole new channel. Here's the thing, Crying Red. Men nowadays. Is your brother passed, Addie? Wow, that's awesome that he's you know, and what is it? What is it? Like eternal. Like that's one thing that the thing. Oh my God, 16 conversations at once that the internet does. But another thing that it does, Crying Red. Right, Tiffany H? Yes. Start a new channel. Change your name. Okay. And focus on women uniting against being exploited. And here's the thing with Crying Red. I watched a crime show where, no, sir, I didn't know she did one like that. She did not. She shaved its head. She made a she made a video like that. Oh my God, Annie. Eternal, right? That's what I'm trying to say. She made a video like that. She actually shaved its head. Shaved its head. Was it bald? Was it bald? I never saw a video like that. Hi, Marianne. That's terrible, Tiffany. They're called stupidities, not parodies. Cassidy. Oh, oh my God. Can you email me that right now? Now, okay, now let's go back to what Addie said here. About the Broadway. You can Harlan Bengal. All right, I need to go online. My sister passed away June 16th. June 16th, 1984. No way. Can you please email me that right now? Please, please, because I would like to see that. But to live in hearts we leave behind is never to die. Good ones or bad ones, Tiffany H? You know what's crazy to think is that when you first had heard of me, Tiffany H, oh my God, was she on? She was online. He had a Facebook too. I think the Facebooks give such a history to people. Isn't it weird? Like for like it's I was so angry like um my friend Lee right when COVID started, right? And they closed everything down. The weirdest thing was, well, his dog had just died. Isn't that weird now that I think about that? Like his dog had died out of the blue, and you never would see Lee cry, but he was. You never would see him. He was like my little Snoop Dogg. I want you guys to know that I absolutely condolences all around, but I'm so happy for you guys to have had people in your lives that you miss. The worst thing would be to not miss the people that were in your life because they were people you didn't want to remember because they were mean, or to not be missed. No, let it fill your heart. Fill your heart. It's all in how you look at it. Oh, the cancer? Cancer does suck. Uh, Cancer does suck. I didn't know you were talking about cancer. Um, but actually, this is the thing about cancer. But listen to this though. You were his caregiver. He died right there with you, right? Okay. I would never, Tiffany. I would never. The thing with cancer is that it's not a death sentence. It's a wake-up call. Because we're all going to die. But we don't all get the chance to say goodbye. You know? We don't, I mean, I always thought to myself, at all the ways of death. I mean, man, you could, have an argument with your loved one and get in a car accident, and that's the last of it. And I know it's hard to be the caregiver, but the fact that they have children to adult children to care for them, that want to care for them after probably seeing people and being a big fear. No, no, no. I mean a wake up call, even if you die. Even if you die. It's a wake up call that, okay, so say, this person's dying. It's a wake up call that go and tell them you love them. Tell them you love them. Hi, Kim. Why do you do that, Kim, when you come in here all the time? It's weird. It's very weird. Wow. You know, I mean, Sharon V, when her father was dying of cancer. Right. I'm not talking about saying mean things. I'm not talking about saying mean things, but I'm talking about if somebody like is in an argument with someone and then they get hit by a car. You don't get, that's your last thought with them. You know what I mean? No, no, no. Yeah, there is words that shouldn't be said. Um, Definitely words that shouldn't be said. But see, Sharon, when her father called, um, and I feel like he probably didn't. This is another thing of how you know that somebody takes everything for, they feel entitled. Okay. This is another, in my opinion. Oh, now think about that. How many people have been on Broadway? I get goosebumps just now. I said the words Broadway and I got goosebumps. I got goosebumps. And you know what? At this time in, movies and TV and everything, Broadway is the way to go if you want to be in, acting or performance. No, 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 no. Listen, crying red. Let me tell you what you gave your father and Cassidy. Was it your dad? Your dad? Yeah, we're all talking about dads right here. Um, Let me tell you what you gave your parent. They knew. No, no, listen, listen. I'm going to tell you right now what you gave them. You gave them confirmation that they were a good parent. No, no, no. I'm saying that he was probably a good dad. Sharon's father was probably a good dad because he called her before he was dying and wanted to see her because I guess he was living in Mexico, is my thought. And he wanted to see her, and she never went. But when he died, she went to the funeral because he left her his house and car. But I'm thinking he probably had a house in Detroit that he left her. I'm not sure. I am not sure about the house thing, but I heard that in her video. She said it, and she said she went down to the to Mexico because she was gonna drive the car back that he was giving her. But I thought that that was so sad that, apparently he thought of her, to leave her in his will. And let me tell you, crying Red and Cassidy, what you did for your parent, your loved one, your father. Did she miss the funeral? I know she said something about she didn't want to go. Yes, she did, because she didn't feel like seeing them and arguing with them. Yep, that's what it was. Yeah, she did say that. She didn't feel like seeing them. She just wanted the car. She just wanted the car, in my opinion. Um, but let me tell you what you did. You confirmed to your parents that they did a good job. Because I used to work in nursing homes, and I used to be the accounts receivable manager and stuff in a lot of nursing homes. And man, the amount of kids that would even write, it would say, do not contact. Do not contact for their own kids. The kid would say it. Do not contact. In case of death, do not contact. What you did for your parent is a fear of parents everywhere that they've failed their children and they're going to die alone. And they didn't fail. And here you are, wonderful people, still missing them and speaking of them. So a little bit of them is still living in you. Still living in you. A lot of them is in you. That's beautiful. Don't ever think you failed them. The amount of elderly that end up in nursing homes with strangers. It is, Addie. Strangers, and when they're incontinent, it's some stranger changing their diaper, showering them. I knew a girl who, now here's a problem in these nursing homes, and when people get older, they have skin tears. Their skin is so thin. And I knew a girl, she died. She died. She was such a miserable woman. She wasn't even like a woman. She was a girl. Like she never even made it to 30, I don't think. But she was, man, she was fucking nasty piece of work. Yeah, you sure did. Exactly what Tiffany H just said. Yeah, and this girl would pinch them. if the patient wouldn't listen to them when she had to shower them. That's it. That's it right there. That's what it was all about for them. And you did that for them at the end of their, and that's a good thing. Yeah, and see that, crying red? He had no obligation to love you the way he did and become your best friend. Look at that. Oh my God. Wow. That's that almost that's amazing. And you said, yeah, that's amazing. That's fucking great. I mean, if not for you, he would have had no one. Well, if you had any expenses or any, listen to me, crying red, you deserve that. Wow. Did he say anything to you? See? Cassidy and crying red. Can you see crying red, Tiffany? You deserve that because what you did. And they asked, why would you think you should give that? Well, that's the attorney who should tell them that. It's not up to you to tell them that. Yeah, I mean, so did they still, could they, so wait a minute, were they even calling or anything at all? It is proof, though, proof that we're all, you know what? We are all good people. And we all have strengths and, you know, but it's all in how we see everything. We are the masters of our own ship, captains or whatever it is. And it's all in how you see it. I'll bet you the majority of people who have taken their own life, right, were on an antidepressant. But then again, there's a saying, how do you know the what is it? The mountaintops when if you've never been in the valleys. No, sir, crying man. Well, then it's up to the, yeah, you're having guilt when you should not feel guilt. They should feel guilt. They should feel guilt. Oh, and you're a smart one too, crying red. So, I mean, I'm just saying, I mean, last night, Why don't you tell him to come here? Tell him he can come and just watch and listen. I think it's so sad. I was watching this guy on YouTube. He said, I've told this story already before. Um, I they were saying he was somewhere in like I don't know India or somewhere. You know what I mean? I forget where exactly. Um, and he said, "What do you guys use for antidepressants?" And the doctor said, "Antidepressants." And he said, 'cause he was talking to another doctor, one from there, right? Yep. Hmm. And there was uh, the guy told a story that, oh, I think it was in North, like Cambodia or somewhere like that, okay, where there was landmines. And um, the doctor from there told the American doctor when he asked, what do you guys use for antidepressants? He said, well, there was a guy and he was working in a rice paddy and he stepped on a landmine and lost a leg. And when he, um, after he healed, he went back to work in the rice paddy, in the rice paddy. And he used to always be, in pretty good spirits. But yet that's now he was, not the same. He was always, he was sad. He was crying. He was in a lot of pain. And it was torturous for him to have to like even work in the same place where that had happened. And, so he was depressed, he was sad. So they got together and the village got together and, talked to him. They had said, well, what is making you sad? And he told them that the water and stuff, oh, you know, it was causing him pain and the grief of being there, and he told them that was making him sad. So they said they would all pitch in and buy him a cow, and he could be a dairy farmer instead of doing his other job. And then he was happy again. And they said that was their antidepressant. They listened. Very true, Tiffany. No, I mean, I'm not saying that they don't work, Linda, but I'm not saying they don't work. I don't want anybody to be, but I just feel like the only one time that I end up trying them was Zoloft that they had prescribed me. It was, after me and my daughter's father split, you know, but, I think I might have took maybe two or three of them. and then I threw them out because I felt like I was in a bubble. They just weren't for me. You know what I mean? Depending on what it is, I do believe that sometimes what are they called? Like the receptors or something, things could stop firing and maybe they start them back up. But I think that the side effects that they put on them, of you right. And so when people have to stop taking them, maybe their insurance runs out or something, is when the problem arises. It's not the actual pill itself, it's if something comes up and they have to stop taking them. I honestly hope I didn't offend anybody. I should have made it clear that I meant the side effects of when, I've seen like a lot of doctors who will just suddenly take people off, and I'm very sorry. I hope it always scares me with the thought that a lot of these pharmaceutical companies don't have our best intentions. And um, I remember one time saying, money is the root of all evil, but then someone corrected me and they said, the love of money is the root of all evil. Thank you. I appreciate that. Exactly. Having a testimony. Okay, Cassidy. Right. And to me, it seems like they have a control now. And that is where I think a lot of times in life, we feel like we lose control of life or we're not in control of life, you know? Thank you. I appreciate you guys. It's because, man, people sometimes will say, "Oh, you think too much. You think too much." I don't think anybody can ever think enough. I would love for you, Crying Red, to tell your story. Would you let me interview you? Well, I didn't make it clear of my what I was trying to say because a lot of people do take mood stabilizers, and my I think what it is okay, here. I used to get anxiety attacks. Right. And you know what, Crying Red? I did not give my name as survivor girl because of cancer. It's exactly for what you just said. Exactly for what you just said. Because I thought about things that I'd been through in life and I thought about other people's lives. And I said, man, we are all survivors. Thank you, Tiffany. I appreciate that, Tiffany H. Thank you. Let's make that really clear. It's Tiffany H. who I appreciate. Hmm. To the child, I don't know. They disappeared. They're strange. Um, Cassidy, did your father just pass away? But what I was gonna say was that's a different Kim than that one. I don't know who that is, but they always come in and they say Mr. Tim. Like weird. They don't say hello to anybody else. They just go Mr. Tim. It's fucking weird. It's creepy. Poor Mr. Tim. I used to get anxiety attacks. And I was reading a little short story. Absolutely. Can you email me at bossypants68 at gmail.com? Bossypants68 at gmail.com. And I'll give you my number. Absolutely. If Cassidy, I don't know if she went, I was gonna say she put that in there. But anyway, it was one of those chicken soup for the soul books. Chicken soup for the soul. And this is God's honest truth, okay? Hand to God. This is what helped me through anxiety attacks. But here's the problem is that exactly right, Mark? I mean, that's the problem, is what I was just gonna say, was that once they get people started on them, it's very hard then. Very hard. So if you can find something or at least direct somebody else to not start, or there's some way. I know it can be done. They're benzos, right? Yeah, right? Benzos. I know it can. Okay, Tiffany H. All right, and Tiffany H, please don't forget, you're very strong. And you have that video and that message is clear that femicide is huge. And the way you felt over there in, the Middle East, man, they could have done that to you in real life. It's not funny. It's not about discrimination of color, Tiffany. That's about women should come together of every color. And so we can stop the disrespect, and it's so common. It's like natural for, on the radio to hear slapping hoes. Ho, ho, ho. You know? You would, but maybe not for long. See, um, maybe, it would seem like, sleep when you're tired. You can sleep when you're dead. Your body will tell you when to go to sleep. I think the reason why a lot of people lay there and toss and turn and feel horrible about it is because they're trying to make themselves go to sleep. I get it. You might have to work or something, but as long as you're not like out there getting hammered, then read a book. Bye, Mark. Hi, Paranormal. It's nice to see you here, Mark Kessler. And the book, The Chicken Soup for the Soul, the story was, you know, On the days when you're feeling bad and you hate your job, you hate your life, you hate your apartment, you hate everything about everything. If you can make a conscious effort and remind yourself that maybe 2 days before or the day before, it was all the same stuff, but you loved your life, you loved your car, you loved your apartment, but nothing changed except the way you're seeing it. It's all in how you see it. And when you do that, you realize that you have the power to control how you see things. You can pry open an oyster, get cuts on your fingers and shit, but have a very valuable pearl inside. Fucking secular, man. Will you get the fuck out of here? I hope you'll be back, Mark. Man, I can't stand secular. I'm sorry, Sec, man. I just can't stomach your parenting. He was here as Arian Arnold. You know, Sharon V incites for people to call CPS on somebody because they didn't use a seatbelt, right? Now I'm not saying to inspire anybody to call CPS on anyone, but they weren't upset with a man saying he wished he had a taser for his 8-year-old autistic child that doesn't live with him all the time. But he was so annoyed with this every other weekend visit that he wished he had a taser. Nobody did. Nobody did. Not enough to fucking scare her to fucking not yeah, like if somebody had pointed a rifle at you, uh isn't that something that people would do that? Like as if the kids had done something to them. I heard smelling like pee saying he is blocked. He gets blocked every time he comes in here. That's why people didn't see him because I block him instantaneously. But he has probably he's got it. I mean, I block every one of his accounts. So that means he's making new accounts all the time. Some of them may not even be secular. They just know how secular speaks. No, she is a liar. That girl is a liar if I've ever seen one. For her to have said, and this is only one line that I could think of. Well, you are still useful, Mr. Kim. Um, I wonder how many things I start and never finish when I'm talking. I really do. I really do. Um, forgot what I was talking about. Hi, full disclosure. I forgot what I was talking about, but man, I can't believe that fucking sick bitch shaved the head of a Barbie. Thank you, Linda. Tiffany Moser. I can't fucking believe that you actually were on the verge, and I'm not even going to say the person who it is, because I like this person very much. Very much. I like this person very much. I was shocked to see that they were there. But then I saw why, because, in my opinion, I think that Tiffany was calling this person and she's trying to do some background shit stirring. Background shit stirring is what she's trying to do. And that's why I need to point out how ridiculous the delusions are of this person. First of all, there's no reason to call me a see you next Tuesday, Tiffany. And I didn't do anything to you, Tiffany Ann, ever. And at the end of the day, the only reason why I even have any kind of interaction with you whatsoever is because you came at me in your own words just because I got cancer. You said it on my live stream. And you do things behind the scenes. And you talk in circles. For the longest time, you said it was Laura Vitadini that was in everybody's back chats. Okay? You said it was Malcolm, chosen one community. Malcolm was Malcolm. Now today, they are Amy. So it was Malcolm. Now it's Amy. Before it was Laura Vitadini. But not only is that ridiculous, okay? Not only is that ridiculous, but you actually think that chosen one community has conversations with herself or his self. Now, I've heard Frank Nitti refer to him as a he. Oh, yes, full disclosure. Yeah, thank you, because I was a little surprised, because It was like a lot along the lines of of Connie Miller's uh video when she said that was back in January when she was already saying that I talked about her daughter, and then but the video she plays the recording, and I say, mind your own business, Connie M. And I say, all these bitches want sympathy, but they don't have a sympathetic bone in their body. That didn't mean it was about her daughter. It meant that, me and somebody else were having a conversation, and it was none of Connie M's business. So why she would relate it to being about her and her child, I don't know why. And so, I watched this video and see that, wow, there's 160 comments that are fucking like saying, I can't believe she would say this about your deceased child. And all I say in the video is, and then the whole rest of it is Sharon V. And that's all I saw in that particular video, full disclosure. So, I was like kind of bummed, you know, that's all. Because I didn't see me in there at all, or anybody in my channel. Those weren't even comments from my channel. Those were all from Sharon's. We? Who's we? Well, a back and forth is conversation. Oh, my theories on Vlad? What would you like to know? Because I listened to the video on Connie Miller's with the interview of DDP and recognized his voice. It was not a good quality voice changer he used. And his personality is the same. Not the same as Vlad's, which is so fucking weird that the guy can fucking, but the same as Sergeant Shill's when he was Sergeant Shill. And he's been account terminated, Muscovy militia, and Hammer of Hate, Sergeant Shill. And I think now he's that one with the picture of the hypodermic needle and the either red circle with the block over it or whatever it is, the band, whatever, and it's Junkie Scammers something channel, and they're everywhere now. I think he's DDP. But I recognize this voice. And if you're in question, you can go back to you can go through my community page and find where I put a live stream where Vlad is speaking and compare them yourself. But do know that a chat. No, it's not about the Connie situation. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it wasn't your channel. Maybe you didn't have. Maybe it wasn't your. Recently somebody made a video and they hashtagged me in it. See, I'm confused. When you said you saw my comment, you're talking about the black. So that comment was on somebody else's channel. They had a video. It's not Connie M's. I'm not asking you about Connie M. My apologies. That's right. Absolutely. Absolutely. No, no. This one was like about me and SV and calling me a cyberbully, but I'm not in the video, and they have me hashtagged in it like I am. Oh, I thought you were somebody else. My apologies. My apologies. My apologies. Absolutely. My apologies. I think it was nature. I think that was nature, maybe, but I can't be sure. But my apologies. Um, yes, absolutely, it is DDP. If you listen to that, it's my live stream called uh a Q&A with the men of the chosen one community or something like that. Um, I think it might be that. I'm not sure, but it's in the community post on my channel. Probably like a little bit ago, not, but within the last month, you know, it's absolutely, absolutely, absolutely 100%, 100%, 100% Vlad. There's no doubt, no question that's his voice. Because he had a very shitty voice changer on Connie M's. Now, I don't know who DJ is. Yeah, but I wasn't saying anything, though. But I was never friends with her, but I was against cyberbullying. But then I realized that she was the cyberbully. It wasn't about being friends with her. It was about, right. But it does imply the wrong. You could keep the video up, but could you just take my name out of it? Because I don't appear in there, and neither do any of the people from my channel. Those are all her fucking morons. That's why, I know, but I never got to your channel before. But I am subscribed. My apologies to nature. My apologies. I'm fucking up everywhere, huh? Yeah, if you could just remove my name off that'd be great. Because, I was never under her spell. And I just really thought she was being harassed. You know what I mean? Like, doesn't mean I should be punished when it's a matter of a click of a few keys. So if you could do that, I'd appreciate it. I don't like people thinking I'm a cyberbully when I'm not. Same with Connie, man. She went right along with all those fucking comments. And that's the thing. Like, there's people in there saying, yes, she is. And I've never been a bully in my life, you know? But I don't like bullies. So I will speak out about them. So to put me in that because I was friends with somebody else is kind of like, I don't know. But it's up to you. But yeah. Yes, it's definitely 100%. That is bad. And that's why DDP is always over at Burns because, but I do think that's his new channel is the junkie one, blah, 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 because, you know, he's the same. He said he was going to put a bayonet in my skull and scramble my eggs my brains like eggs. And you know what gets me is that I'm the type of person who, like, I want to, if somebody, does something, it doesn't, a lot of times, it's not that it makes me mad unless it's about my kid or something. Sometimes it hurts my feelings because I have feelings. A lot of people do. And they're not bad, they're good. Feelings are good. Feelings are absolutely a good thing to have. Um, and I find myself sometimes like I'll be thinking of something, you know, and it's really weird because I always want to see the best, right? Thank you. Would you remove my name from the title? And then basically, I'm not even in the video at all, so it wouldn't be related to me at all. So that'd be great if you could. But you know who I'll see? Like, she even put a comment in that on that particular video. And it bothers me because in actuality, I don't dislike Luna. Whenever I think of Luna, I think the first time that I ever had any interaction with her was on my channel during a night that we were really reminiscing about music. Yeah, I'm hashtagged. And you say the two biggest bullies, cyber bullies or something on YouTube. And so I just thought she was somebody who just liked music, you know? And I really, I didn't mind her at all. But then the next time that I saw her, now she'll say, that she would say, well, who's Jules? And I said, go back and watch Jules' videos. But here's the thing, I know I never did because Jules wouldn't keep her videos up, ever. Oh, you're welcome, full disclosure. But, so I probably instead of go back and watch my videos. Now, although I can respect, it's your friend and you want to defend them, but that doesn't make you a person of integrity because not you, I'm talking like about Luna right now, not in a bad way, because I want her to know that I want to thank her for what's the sponsoring Bobo's trivia last night because I won. But even if I didn't win, I thank you for sponsoring it because without you sponsoring it, I wouldn't have even been able to play. And it's really the playing of it and the people too. Um, they just always sound so like, and they do for everyone. I'm sure that everyone there, when they're the first, because you don't know if you're going to be the first one to get the right answer. So you wait to see it because, it comes up differently on the other side. Thank you, Crying Red. Crying Red, you fucking wailed it. And I'm going to say to you that, let me say, in all honesty, I knew it was tightrope across the Twin Towers, but then I couldn't see good last night for some reason. My vision was blurry last night. And so like I tried to type it in and it wasn't coming out and then so I went to clear it and then it sent tightroping or something. And thank you, Gigi. That's where I think I've seen you before. Was at Bobos, that's true. But you were fucking wailing it, Crying Red. I was surprised that it was Robbie who was in second. No, no, Ty and Ty. He was in first, and then I became. That's right. I did know what you meant. I did know what you meant. But remember when Robbie said that if he wins, he was going to give it to you. So I had 2 crying reds I was up against. I was playing 2 of you, right? Because it was always like, I think in my mind, it was me, you, and Robbie that were probably, up around the first, second, third parts there, whatever. Right. So if he won, you would have won. And if you won, you would have won. So I was like, man, part of me was like, I didn't type in, but I think everybody knew that it was Twin Towers because they were twins. And what else are you going to put a tightrope across? Why do you say we? Full disclosure. But Drifter Nomad was actually getting quite a few too. Drifter Nomad got some hard ones. Ooh, somebody got Gambia last night too, remember? Oh no. Yes, but Addie, I feel kind of bad, but then again, right? You can't use some other building. Like you can't go from this building to that building. So the Twin Towers would this is how I rationalized it. Oh, okay. It's Vern Vision. He took a lot of his shit. I'll tell you what though. On your channel, I'll tell you a different name. On your channel, I'm gonna tell you a different name for something to look at, okay? Not here. Full disclosure. There's still a linger because he takes down all his videos, but there's still a lingering one out there. 2, actually. 2. I will tell you where they are. If you'd like, you could send me an email and then I could just send you the links to them. My email address, once again, for you two crying red. And I'm gonna type it in here. I have no mods in here, isn't that weird? And you'll find this one particular one very interesting. I think, because I don't know how much you know about the background things, but maybe a little more than I know, probably. I don't know what other communities you partake with and stuff like that. I do not know. But I will tell you, when you hear this person explain how they are trolling communities, right? Your name 2022. Okay. Okay. Um, you'll start thinking to yourself, whoa, really? Fucking crazy motherfuckers like this out there? Because then you'll see. And the thing that really fucking gets to me is that a couple of the people who are the main trollers in this community are certifiable. Really, I'm not saying they're certifiable, like saying, oh, they're crazy. I mean, they've really been certified. And it's a shame that, average people just trying to get through life have to rub shoulders with people who can be likened to serial killers because some of them won't stop on some people until they die, because the thing is if you were a serial killer, you would be not letting that person go, right? Usually a predator is not going to let their prey go. They want to keep their knee on their neck or something. But what they'll do every once in a while is lift up their knee, or release the hold, or take the bag off their head, or loosen the noose around their neck, let them get a couple of breaths, and they're like, they know they're being nice to them and they're using it, and then tighten it right back up again. They like that shit. That's how they get off. But that person that they're trying, because they literally, some of these people want to kill you by your own hand, or they want to assassinate your character. They want to ruin you. While I'm on that topic, let me just tell you guys something that I read to be careful about. To be careful about this, okay? Um, when you're going through Walmart and when you're ready to leave and they check your receipt, check your own receipt before you go up there. Check your own receipt before you go up there. Because you know what they're doing? They're not overcharging. What do you mean steel doors? What does that mean, steel doors? So they can lock people in? Between 2016 and 2018, they made $314 million, okay, by not scanning an item and then getting people for shoplifting at the door. Really? That's something we should read between the lines about. Yeah, exactly, crying red. Well, then I think that now is the time to speak. I think that YouTube can, although it can be a form of bad things, in the same sense, it can be a form of good things. What's the NSF? I believe that Sam Walmart, in my opinion, was murdered. Because I heard he was a good guy. I feel like he was murdered. I know that it was something to do with a plane or air crash, something like that, right? I think he was a good guy. I think, like, man, you know what I think? I think they should make leaders of, you know, Yeah, I think they killed him, in my opinion. Listen, the more people continue to say, if you don't pay attention to it, it'll go away. It won't. Take take Tiffany H, for instance, and SV burning that doll. Okay. I think that's what they say. Well, I mean, was he over there? Was he working over there? Or do you mean here in tournament camps for the Japanese? Um, I totally just got no, 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 Tiffany H. I was saying oh, and what Sharon did, right? And what Sharon did. Tiffany H is at this point angry enough to keep speaking and shouting, and that's good. That's good. That is good. Because those people, they don't mind crossing the line. Mean people, I mean. No, no, no. Mm-mm. She knew exactly what she was doing. She hasn't killed off any of the other Barbies. Mm-mm-mm. She said hijab. Someone's telling her these things. But she did graduate. I think that if Tiffany H, whether or not she does, Tiffany H does. So she could, not should, could use her anger directed that she has towards Sharon, who is really just nothing but a waste, right? Use that anger to point out what's going on, you know, there and how she felt and as a woman and how I think women are justified in feeling like even that video of Tiffany M. Okay, but she knew hijab. She knew that before I even knew the name of it. Here's the irony of it. There's actually a hijab Barbie. That's what it's called. They came out with a hijab Barbie. Um, yes, but there's somebody behind her that's given her information. She had an accelerant on that thing. She had it made perfect. She sat it on concrete as if it was on a like a concrete like the town square. It looked just like many of the videos that me and there's videos of real women being and other things. Oh, I know to say, isn't she crazy? She crazy lady. She is a crazy lady. No. But listen, even if she didn't, it is a real problem, though, right? So Tiffany and H could redirect her anger and forget all about Sharon and forget it all about it all being about it being her, right? No. There was burnings. So she does know. She knows. Hmm. Crying Red's super smart. Man, she was whipping it last night in fucking trivia. She was whipping it in trivia last night. She knows what's mean. But if Tiffany and Tiffany H, right? If Tiffany H made it not about her and Sharon and made it about, used her voice and her anger, but not in a yelling way and not while her kids are around, but really do it, she could probably turn around something that upset her that much into something that could possibly make a difference in the world. Just because of that stupid video. Because the thing is if it goes unnoticed, right? And when we ignore those kind of behaviors, it's people just like Sharon that incite people to do things like that. Today, I watched Tiffany M try to incite people to suicide troll a woman who already has a sensitive, mindset. And I'm talking about Amy. And I think it's because, in my opinion, I think Mr. Tommy Reed has some videos that are very similar to the one that we saw. And some recordings. Only because he said it. I'm as sharp as a tack. No, what was it? As smart as a tack. As smart as a tack. Smart as a tack. But he was always threatening to release recordings. And it's good that you brought that up because right, but the person had said smart as a tack, which was funny. Um, they do things that they say they don't do. I mean, at the end of the day, even if I just don't understand how can somebody sit there and act like somebody hasn't gone after somebody, you know, That's nice. Yes, Tom has threatened to break one off in her and release release not videos, recordings. He says recordings, release recordings. And then that night, they were both on bobbles, and he said, "You're gonna be busy later," and she said she was gonna take a shower, and she'd call him. And I heard a conversation between her and someone else that they were telling her that she was better than that, of, being naked in front of strangers for money. So now that's not a bad job. That's not a bad gig. Just like being a dancer, right? Just like being a dancer. And now it's all, I'm this vindictive bitch. I did this, I did that, I did this. You admitted, Tiffany, that you harassed me for no other reason than I had cancer. You are mean to me all the time, and you call me the C word everywhere. You call me, you you call it, your text messages to me sometimes are fucking horrific, man. You call me a trash talking cunt. That's what you call me. You say horrible shit. And every time I say something that somebody's doing, you scream, prove it, prove it, prove it. Like I'm some kind of a fucking liar. I'm not. Why the hell would I lie? Today you sat there trying to incite the suicide trolling, which that is definitely what it could come to, and you know it. Because you see a weak woman, Amy, and I'm sorry to say that, but emotionally, I don't think that you are this big malicious woman. I don't know much about Amy 825. Text message. Oh, Tiffany M. But I do know this. I know that maybe a year ago, I came across Tom, and he was being really weird, talking about Amy and how he was going to break one off in her. And she always does this, she always does that. And here's what I'm thinking. He might have liked Amy. Might have even been interested in her. I do believe he drove all the way. He complains that she drove all the way to see him, but he drove all the way to bring her cheese, if I remember correctly. Whose real photos? I like Amy825. Why don't you listen? That ain't the fucking Traveler Girl Lou, anyway. Who's Real Photos? Tiffany M? Real Photos. I think that she looks the way she looks. She does lives, right? Lives. Is that who you're talking about? Um, I think that there was another guy, who didn't like that somebody else was paying attention to her. Another YouTuber, another guy. And I think they. Give me one moment, please. All right, Mr. Tim, are you still here? Mr. Tim, can you type something? All right, thank you. Can you get rid of that person for me? I was already on it, you guys. Already on it. Already on it. Do you know how to get rid of a person? You tap on their name. Do you know how to mod, Mr. Tim? Have you ever been a mod before? I told you that it would happen when, yeah, I told you that. Anyway. Do you know how to delete somebody, Mr. Tim? Now, don't go just deleting people, though. Don't do that. Usually wait for my call. Not phone call, but like what I just said now. Like, can you get rid of that person? I don't know if he's got it figured out or not, everybody. Okay, good. Okay, crying man. See, at this point, me and Mr. Tim, we talk on the phone. So, like, we'll probably talk on the phone too, crying man. You know, like I do. I talk to them. These are my friends. I mean, seriously. You know, I think that this is a good community. It's people like, like secular, he'll say. Oh, we're all in this community because we're all something wrong with us or we're defective or blah blah blah, right? He'll say. And I'm like, no, we're not. We might be the chosen one community, but not chosen WON, chosen one ONE. We're the chosen we, actually, because we're warriors here. We're survivors. We are survivors. You know, and I really like, John, that you had been saying, you sent me a comment the other day, talking about trivia and, and where, how I was and stuff. I think that's nice. I think it's nice that, um, I have sometimes have snapped at people, because I think everybody is an individual, and I do think that a lot of people had that whole. Well, what I've noticed happening, right, was that a lot of new channels that would come in, which I think a lot of them were like almost the same people, right? Yeah, except for Tom. Isn't that ironic? I mean, he does have some very nice qualities, Tom, but I feel like he wasn't taught empathy. Like you, Crying Ren, obviously had a parent that you speak of lovingly, right? So I think they taught you love, where Tom has respect for things like buildings and people and stories and things, basic things, but you never hear him laugh heartily. And you never really, but you do hear Bobbles laugh. And I thought you said try. Oh, like Bobbles. I had, but you said like with Bobbles. Yes, he's absolutely totally insulting to her. I would kick that motherfucker off my channel. You know, he actually needed to go back to Bobbles in order to regain popularity. If Bobbles didn't like him, most of the people that he has in his room that he doesn't have, I don't think so. I think Tom, I don't think he has Asperger's. I think that he has that frontal lobe thing. Let me tell you. Okay. Okay. Because I will study things because I want to know why people act the way they act, right? So I went through a bunch of different ones, right? He does he does suffer from severe depression, but he stops taking his meds and he drinks. I don't think he stays on meds. I think that he got trolled a lot. I think a lot of people in this community got trolled a lot. And I know this is going to sound fucking ridiculous, but Vern and Secular are two fucking weirdos. And I think Secular was fucking with Vern. And Tiffany was probably fucking with Vern. And in the meantime, Vern was falling into a slope of total delusion. Yep. And your empathy and all of that. Exactly. They have a disregard for laws, morals, rules, like typical average people, they, live by an orderly society, but they don't, they don't. Vern, Vern is the guy that in my videos, some of my videos where he's screaming, die, C word, die, C word, die, and he would run. Now, here's the thing. I understand that Vern seriously had a bad thing going on there. But in the meantime, because he thought he was figuring everything out, see, very similar to Tiffany too, because in that video where I was doing commentary and she came in and said, stop doing this commentary. And I did stop for her, but I did go back and listen to it, to the whole thing. And she's the same. Like she was going around, I guess, using an avatar and the name Fagly Live. Fagly Live. Where the hippos camp. And he's saying to her, Tiff, I haven't been online in a while. And next, I see you going around as Fagly Live. And she said, it had nothing to do with you. It's just a name. But it was using his picture too. And he said, all right. But it obviously had something to do with him. Obviously had something to do with him. Now, he was so exasperated with the fact that this woman was literally, you could tell she was so distracted by, she was like, this person's this, that, and then she goes, and he's going, he's going, Tiff, stop it. You're too good for this kind of, you're too good for that stuff. Why, And she goes, I love you. I love you. And she's so used to saying that to men, in my opinion. I've seen men get their entire paycheck turned into ones to give to, maybe not all ones, but to give to one particular dancer that will sit with them at the table. They never go out. They never get anything from her. But she literally makes them think. Oh. Well, I like the crying red better than cry red. Yeah, he's gone. Hello, Crystal. Why? What is his theory? I could look him up if you'd like, Crystal. We could find out all about him. What is Dr. James Fallon? What's his theory, Crystal? Well, I'd like to hear what Crystal knows about him. I'm not trying to be funny or anything. My freaking dog, man. Well, I mean, oh, I just thought that you were probably familiar with him and you could tell us what his theory on. I mean, unless he doesn't have books or anything. Maybe he's just a neuroscientist but doesn't write about it, and you just meant was she familiar with him physically, personally? I mean, how are you familiar with him, Crystal? Well, I thought you could give us a quick synopsis, Crystal. You must read him. You must like what he says. Is he from YouTube? Is he from YouTube? Is he a YouTuber? Because there is that guy that does on YouTube. Uh, I couldn't believe it. Oh, you know him personally. Oh, okay. Patient? Well, I thought you could tell us. I'd rather hear your thoughts on him. No, no, no. No, 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 Crying Red. This quiz is for Crystal. Because she came in quizzing you. And I just want to know. And as of a little lately, you know me, I don't hold back. I've always liked Crystal. Always, always, always liked Crystal. But I thought she became a little Stepford wifey, like kind of deal lately. Just saying. Yeah, with that poof person. I mean, poof, right? That poof. If they were not even good enough that Sharon's room blocked them. Sharon's room blocked them because of their nasty avatar. But you kept fucking with me about that poof person. Now, if you're that smart, you know that a nasty, dirty avatar and the word poof had nothing to do with whatever you said it did. No cartoon, or they would have used that as their avatar. So every time I asked you a question about poof, you said, no, SG, or something. And then you had the nerve to go, SG, are you okay? When all I did was ask you a simple question. Where's Poof been lately? They came in being pompous, crying red, and in a passive aggressive way. Um, I don't get what, but when I was doing my research on, you know, people, one of the things they said was that um, a lot of the type of personalities, they will absolutely be, nice and kind, and not make you mistrust them at all, because they want to gain your trust so they can blow your mind, right? You see what I'm saying? Like right here. Everything I wrote, I mean, I just said, right? All that time went by, and that's what she wrote. That's what she wrote. Now, I have to say, Crystal, are you okay? Are you okay? Right. Well, I do believe that Crystal, that Crying Red just told you that. Crying Red told you the Irvine thing, right? Didn't you say that? I believe that it was Crystal who said that. Oh, was it Crying Red? I'm sorry. Um, that's exactly it, Crying Red. But the thing is you don't even think about it because you're trying to wrap your head around it. Do you know what I mean? I don't think it's Tiffany. I don't think it's Tiffany. Mhm. Right, right. That's why I was saying, don't give them any information. Yeah, right, right. Crystal, I'm gonna give you 300 seconds to go fuck yourself. And you're sweet, Crying Red. You would love that conversation that you were having there. But um, because she wasn't doing it to you. Well, she was, but you hadn't been in other places. She was ignoring what I was saying, and she does that to me lately in every room, even my own. No, not Ukraine. Yes, you're genuine. Yeah. Now, I do think, Stephanie, you were in the room the night the whole poof thing happened. Right. She couldn't keep up with you. She threw a name out, right, of somebody, and she tried to, yeah, couldn't answer one question at all. Right, exactly. Yeah, that night, and then she started in a fucking. Then after that was in Bobbles. Then after that it was in big time, big time, Stephanie. Like out of nowhere, man. She was all like, "Are you okay, SG? SG, leave it alone or something." Yeah, she did, Stephanie, in a weird way. And that's why I literally have to study up and read like theses and papers and stuff that were written. Because I always like to go way back. I don't like sit there watching those. Like when Tiffany M said, Gray Rock. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? Gray Rock? Yeah, why would she think to say to me, "Are you okay, SG?" She sat in there and I watched it, okay? She sat there in net nets, telling them in a nets that the earlier crystal that had been in there acting like a weirdo over poof was a clone, right? She said to Night Owl, "Can you please tell SG that was a clone?" So Night Owl texts me and says that was a clone. So I go back and I look and I see that Crystal's typing like normal, the Crystal that we used to know, right? I get in there, she's talking like, "I like cake." You know what I mean? Like just stupid shit out of the blue. Um, like stupid random sentences that now had nothing to do with nothing. That were just like that, like as if I'm, you know, in the room, but she's like, it was just so fucking weird. It was weird. I swear to God, me and Tandra thought we were in the fucking Twilight Zone. And poor Night Owl, like, really believed that it was, but I mean, wow. Like, he's fine. The other one would be in the cell right behind him. No, 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 no. She had never treated me like shit. And we're never alone on YouTube. I think it was like somebody who gets you to trust them, and then part of their thrill of their game, their little emotional game, is thinking, they've hurt somebody who trusted them. They pulled one over on them. How many people they can get. One over on. You know what I mean? That's a person who I can't explain what went on there, but there was some weird shit with the poof thing, and she still didn't fucking bring it up. Oh, is that what it's about, Summer Baby? To see if you fall. That's why I like that song. I'd love to be the one to disappoint you but you don't understand. Addicted to explain. Oh my God. Because you know it all, and I guess things will never change. You know what I'm talking about? Right, Stephanie? Weird, right? Some weird shit. Some weird shit. That's what it's about. Welcome, Summer Baby. I think it's sad that, in my opinion, Tom Reed has to record his friends. Like, he's one for that. He's one for that. He'll record conversation. I never talk to Tom Reed on the phone. He'll record conversations with friends, in my opinion, from what I've seen. Ooh, what'd you get? I got the other day lasagna. It was good. I hadn't had lasagna in a long time. And it had cheese on the top of it. It was so good. It was really good. Yum yums. And wait, here's the weird. Okay, oh my God, I know I go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I really feel like I ought to start like, oh, I like Wendy's child. I had to start having somebody like write down the stories I start and fucking don't finish. Maybe I'll go back through my own live streams and see how many things I leave unfinished. Because I really do enjoy talking to you guys. I hope you guys, for all the bad that we have to endure on YouTube, I hope that we really are fighting cyberbullies. And I hate really to use the term bullies, but if nobody says or does anything about it, and we keep thinking if you ignore them, they move on to something else. Listen, a serial killer, like how many times does somebody end up in jail for trying to kill somebody, and then they get out because they only got 6 years, right? And then they kill the person. Thank you, Stephanie. Shit. Mr. Tim, Mr. Tim. Summer baby, Mr. Tim is a new mod and he timed you out by accident. Well, you can't untime out somebody. Whoops, I'm sorry. It happens. So hopefully Summer Baby, Summer Baby, if you're still around here listening, Mr. Tim is a new mod, and if you could just cut him some slack. Low on what happening? Can you please repeat what I was saying because I forgot? On what happening? Man, I'm totally lost now. What the hell was I talking about? Was it Tommy? What the hell was it? Please tell me, crying. Told you I have the memory of a fish. Well, I don't know. Summer Baby by accident. Oh, you did? Prudently did that in mine before. Yes, they do not. They do not stop. And pedophiles and rapists, they don't stop either. So if, you know how some people, they don't report it or they don't do anything about it and they just want the person to move on. What they do though is if they do move on, they move on to somebody else. So with the encouragement and the support, yes, we are dealing with different, serial types of personalities. We absolutely are. With the support and the wonderful platform that YouTube gives us, we are giving voices to others. And you know, and the funny thing is that, yes, exactly. I agree with you there, just John. No, they don't stop. They do not. And so here is where the buck stops here. We are survivors of life. And we plan on enjoying it without any interruptions from people that are defective. Good night, Addie. I didn't even know you were still here. Good night, Addie. We love you when you have our true support. All our support. You really do. Right. That's why we got to give Sharon a little help stopping. She needs to calm down. She needs some rest. She needs some rest. She can't stop, won't stop. We know that. I believe she's talking about her drug addiction, in my opinion, and her bad behavior, and her lack of a moral compass, and empathy, any regard for the law, knowing how to act like a normal human being. And these are like, she has a lack of empathy, a grandiose sense of self, and the psychopathy of a psychopath is after they gain your trust is when they do the most damage. Because unfortunately, you trust them, but they never trusted you because they see everybody as they are. Just like Summer Baby said, hopefully they know it was by accident that they got timed out. They may not know that. They might jump to conclusions that whatever, but hopefully they don't. Well, I just told you I was working on a profile on her. No, sir, just kidding. All profiles are good. Oh yeah, but you said that you went to school for that, right? Isn't that what you said? Crying Red? I think you said that, right? Yeah, that would be kind of interesting. I am a sociopath. It's a psychopathy. So, they have disregard for laws, rules, and morals. Most people live by an orderly society. Psychopaths, they have superficial charm and charisma. They act like they have a heart of gold, but they are pathological liars. They distort reality, and they slander, and they deny even after there's hard evidence presented to them. They still deny. They'll look you right in the face. Um, they have a small range of emotions. And everything is like really textbook. That's why I like to go back to when there was the written word. You know what I mean? Um, so that's why I'll read. Like, I Google. I don't watch the videos and stuff. I do watch some videos, but I do watch some. Sometimes but I also will go and read things and stuff like that. Actually, I'm just describing the general personality of psychopaths, the psychopathy. Um, they say there's 5 core emotions in typical humans: sadness, fear, disgust, anger, and happiness. Now, with typical people, they range in frequency. No, I'm talking about their mind, how their brain works, their personality traits. Sociopaths are psychopaths, like Ted Bundy was a sociopath. But here's the thing: they have all those terms, but well, I do that crying red. Usually, it's like something from Brandeis University, papers from their theses written by doctors, and usually it's in PDF. And I already do all that. Trust and believe. I'm I'm 54 and studied a lot. I'm a sponge. I'm a sponge. I love to learn. So yes. Um, I know I prefer the library myself, but you can get books that are the actual book or the actual paper, like on PDF form, and that's usually where I That's the route I'll take. Yeah, and usually older things too, like before um bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, right. So you know how like a lot of times, exactly, all kinds of different sources, exactly. I used to love Mad Magazine. Oh, the fold-ins on the back, I forgot about them. Isn't it funny how David Letterman and Alfred E. Newman look exactly the same? Um, what the thing is though with them, especially with Sharon, but also with that fish soup video, with TM there, but her not really showing any emotion about it. She is not. I mean, I can't believe that this woman thinks what she did to a complete stranger, 52-year-old single woman that has never had any interaction with her. Never. Good night, Gigi. Make sure you give it a thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't. Please. Um, I really was like having chemo and thinking I was going to die. And yes, at some point you did develop a conscience, but it was only the fact that you were using me as a cancer pawn. You were using me as a cancer pawn. And that was the first time I read, but I never had been called or accused. Like I freely get called the CUNT word by complete strangers now. Thank you. I appreciate that, Gigi. Everybody, we heard it. That was just a day ago. I see and hear things now. I was on YouTube for 2 years before I got cancer. Are you a Virgo, Crying Red, or a Libra? I'm gonna say Libra, but you could be a Virgo, but I don't know. Um, yeah, Tiffany. I mean, you sit there and say, and what you regret is donating to my GoFundMe. You don't regret harassing a complete stranger that had to talk to their daughter about their arrangements if God forbid they died. Virgo. My mother was a Virgo. You regret getting a conscience and being a better person. It wasn't like you gave 1,000 yourself. You did give quite a bit, though. I mean, you really went above and beyond. I liked that Tiffany so much better, and you laughed a lot more than just for a little while. It was a small window. I sometimes wonder if I catch people in their small windows of being human. You know what I mean? Like maybe they get like, oh, an awakening moment where they feel like, you know, they're gonna, be a typical average person, and then they realize, wait a minute, I kind of like being mean. You know, there could be something in it. Crying red. Didn't you see Fight Club? Ugh. But I still eat clam chowder. So this says there's 5 core emotions in typical humans: sadness, fear, disgust, anger, happiness. They range in frequency, but typical humans experience them daily. That's normal. It's normal to not grooming. Grooming somebody would be. Well, I kind of had to laugh because, Tiffany says she says things to people's faces, but you don't, because you do know that this is over the computer, right? Because I really doubt that if you were standing in front of me, unless you had like some kind of weapon to me, that you wouldn't go, and Tracy, you're a CUNT. Really now, because that's got to be a term from these newfangled fucking see, yeah, newfangled shit. See, for me, grooming is what you do to a horse. You groom it. You want it to look nice, or you're well groomed. You groom yourself. You look good. Yeah, sure you will. Sure you will. Nah, they don't. Yeah, no. Well, you know what? It's let's say what it is. They're just assholes. Assholes. Yeah, grooming. Well, in today's psychology, because they've limited it to, you know, everybody's a narcissist. You know what I'm saying? Every single effing video you see, they are saying the same fucking thing. And the thing is this, it's so that they can, all of those diagnoses, right? And within those very small range of of diagnosis, Okay? It's so ridiculous. But they all are acceptable diagnoses for meds. For meds. No, mothers, monkeys, parent monkeys groom their baby monkeys. That's what grooming is. That's what grooming is. It's picking the fleas off them. No. Mm-mm. That's picking the fleas off them. There's way more than the very limited vocabulary they give in order to prescribe people things. I mean, seriously, if they actually put a diagnosis code on everybody's individual stories, they couldn't. Everyone has their own stories. We're a big library and we all write our own stories. No, I have not, Just John. What is it about? You know, just talking to somebody that you're not having to pay and they're there because they want to listen to you and then they tell you their story and you know you talk and you're friends, right? There's no timer on it. It's not scheduled. It's like sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name and they're always glad you came, right? It's all in how we see it. And encouragement is the best thing. It really is, man. It is the best thing. I like to think of my words as, and I know I'm not perfect. I am not perfect. Man, I fuck up a lot. I can get really mean, but I'm not going to lie to you. For one thing, it's really hard for me to go low. When I go low, see, I have a hard time not respecting somebody until I realize they don't respect themselves. They're not, though. They're just fooled. They're fooled by people with a defective brain. They have a defective prefrontal cortex. Brain scans have shown that they have a reduction of functioning in their prefrontal cortex, most involved area in the brain. It's the most involved area in the brain. It's responsible for empathy, learning from mistakes, using reflection, and forming principles and morals. These type of people can use harsh bullying tactics with no remorse. They act this way to anyone, regardless of their relationship, whether it's somebody they love or somebody they don't even know because they don't form the same types of relationships as people who are not inadequate and defective. They're defective. They're inadequate. Yes, that's the psychopath. hmm That's a psychopath. It is nothing to do with the fact that, see, I needed to wrap my head around, when Sharon V talks about somebody's child or their cancer and goes, ha ha ha, after it. But, 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 they also, the two of them within the week, one claims that it was, something that was secret, which I'm sure it was. It was something that somebody paid for and wasn't supposed to be for free, in my opinion. And, there it is for free. I mean, come on, man, that there was a lot of men on YouTube that didn't, Tiffany naked. Come on, she's a beautiful girl. She's a beautiful girl. I can only imagine how many guys in this community were jerking off to that video. Secular being probably one, probably for the last 2 days, he's been jerking off to Tiffany's video. Then, see, not me. I'm never a fighter. I'm not a fighter, but uh, I'm sure I'm sure they did. Those are probably guys that, you know, thank you, crying, right? I appreciate that. Sometimes you notice that she doesn't look as good when she's making those videos. Isn't that funny? You know that? Oh, hi, Night Owl. I didn't even see you. Hi. You know that? Because she probably doesn't really like much of what she's doing. But the weird thing is every time you can notice little things about them. It's so weird. Like with Prudently, it's really weird how she will act totally different in others' rooms. She has no problem using such such harsh, mean language when it comes to me. She thinks Sharon is a good person. But the thing is um she can use filters like live though. I mean, yes, you know what? Because I saw fucking Laura Denny do that. You're right. And she talked while she looked like somebody totally different. You're fucking right, man. I never thought of that. She looked kind of like Tiffany. She had like her eye color like Tiffany's, like green and stuff, but Laura Vanini has big boobs and brown eyes. Even Michigan Man came in and said, "Who's that?" And he knows what Laura looks like. Do you mean filters? Though no, see, but Sharon uses filters in her thumbnails. This person was actually live. Like, live? Could they do that live? I don't know. I think Tiffany looks like that. She always looks the same. I think Tiffany looks like that. But here's the thing. Same way that a personality can make a beautiful person, like, remember that movie Shallow Hal? No, Sharon does not. Sharon looks horrible. Tiffany's teeth are all white and nice and straight and beautiful. No, just on her filter. I mean, just on her thumbnails. Ugh, when she fucking did that moose knuckle shit. Oh my god. And she stuck her finger in there. You could tell. You could tell. You know why she did that? She was competing. She saw that they didn't take Tiffany's down right away, which I thought was shitty that it even got whether it was Tiffany or anybody else, that it even got uploaded. But that nasty, nasty woman. You're nasty. Sharon, you're gross. You stuck your finger in your VJJ, and you did. You did. Who? What photos are you talking about? I'm talking about fucking Sharon V, man. Ugh. Both of them in the same week made it so easy now. Not to go after them. Not to go after them. But so it was not easy, like freeing, I guess. Like, man, I don't feel bad anymore because they don't respect themselves. And when I studied up on this thing with the brain scans, they can't change. They can't change. They can't change. They can't change. They cannot change. They can't change. Most average, typical women, right? If that was a private leaked video, right? If that happened to any of us, would you show your face again? I'd be so fucking embarrassed. Oh my God, I'd be so embarrassed. I would never show my face again on YouTube. I'd never speak of it. I'd report. I'd try like hell to get it off there, but I certainly wouldn't be arguing with the guy and threatening him. And you notice like Tiffany likes to like me. I'm the one. I'm always to blame. Whenever something happens in my room, it's or even if it doesn't happen in my room, it's constantly that. No, it's not because they're not willing to change. She does have a nice body. I know it's not because they're not willing to change. It's because brain scans, right, on psychopaths have shown that they have a reduction of functioning in their prefrontal cortex. That's the most involved area in the brain. It's responsible for empathy, learning from mistakes, using reflection, and forming principles and morals. And they use harsh tactics with no remorse. And they act this way towards anyone, regardless of the relationship. The lack of empathy is because of the reduced function in the prefrontal cortex. It allows them to hurt to hurt people or do questionable things without guilt or shame. There was no shame in Tiffany. There's never any guilt. And yeah, they see everybody as they are. I mean, if somebody is you know, if somebody is like, as I always say, if somebody's accusing somebody of cheating, it's probably because they're a cheat and that's how they justify all their cheating because they see somebody as they are. Those people, they might be fixable. Some people are fixable, some people are not. But some people are defective. They're inadequate. See, they even think that when somebody is excited or happy about something or sad about something, that there's something wrong with them. I think they should do brain scans. They should do brain scans on leaders of countries and make sure that prefrontal cortex is functioning. It's just the fact that they totally will deny. They're pathological liars. They will lie. What's the other one? You could be a pathological liar or it's a C, something C liar. What is it? Or habitual? No, what picks? Yes, compulsive, right? And then there's pathological. You know. You know what's funny is a habit can cause a habit. Well, here's the thing: if there actually was anything, yeah, but things can be photoshopped. Let's not forget that things can be photoshopped. And look at the pictures of Kenzie, right? Listen, we saw her. No, I don't think so. No, those are a lot of that shit is from Laura Vidadini. And here's what I think. Here's my theory. and why see, we haven't seen Laura around lately. That's old stuff, right? What's the date on that you found that was on Reddit, right? Coming from the chosen one victim support thing or what? Right. But she's got, see, they, as I said, there's like two kinds. One, like, see, Tiffany can be charming and manipulative. So she could become like the leader of something, right? But then on the inside, she's manipulating things, right? Where Sharon is the type that lacks the self-control to be as good as a psychopath, sociopath. Like, see, Tiffany's got it all. No, not chosen one community, chosen one victim support. 2 years ago, yeah. 2 years ago. Yeah. That's Laura. That was Laura then. Laura Bettini. Right. But see, she sounds that way, but she says stupid stuff. She couldn't pass the real estate exam. And unfortunately, I think that's just it. That's the way it is, man. She shuts up, she's got a defective prefrontal cortex. Oh, no, they are not the same person. I do not believe they are. I truly think that there's other channels. She's smart. Yes, she's smart. She is smart. But she repeats the same shit over again. She's smart in the sense of watching YouTube videos, not studying. What does shock me is that although you may say is Sharon that smart. Here's something though Night Owl said that was very interesting. Get this. Get this. Get this. This was really interesting, Night Owl said. See, Sharon B reads, okay? In her older videos, she'd be reading and she would show what book she was reading and she'd go through them pretty fast. She'd have a different book, all the time. And that was like what she had, and she was reading in her earlier videos before she was like the harassment started. I will say the harassment started on her first, but not from everybody that she's going at now. But here's something that Night Owl said. I know that a lot of these serial killers, like Richard Ramirez, a lot of them, when they get head injuries, they actually, that can affect somebody's prefrontal cortex. That bruise on her forehead, she had a big knot on her head. She's been different since then. Worse. It's not a myth. That is not a myth. Trust me, I don't repeat myths. I don't take one accounting of it. It wasn't like I watched a documentary about Richard Ramirez. I mean, I actually, well, in football, they are wearing a helmet, and it does do damage eventually where they don't feel anything. But I'm saying, anyway you look at it, it does damage. Well, yeah, they're still studying it. Exactly. But what I'm saying is that when they say that the brain stops, the receptors or whatever stops shooting this or that, whatever they say, right? That it could be because of an injury. Exactly. True. True. Here's the thing though with Jody Arias, right? Here's the thing with that. He knew this girl had moved and he knew what she would do. And yet that guy kept thinking with the wrong head. He kept thinking with the wrong head. Yeah, look at the guy. He killed his whole fucking a little kid and his wife and himself. Same thing with why firemen die from heart attacks, you know? Because it's of the job, it's the profession. They're in a deep sleep. They're getting older in age, and that bell goes off. I mean, or they die from something they've inhaled. You know what I mean? He sure did. He kept fucking her. And then I guarantee you in the morning, he'd be a cold bastard. Poor Charles Manson. Charles Manson had the saddest fucking life, like Eileen Wuornos. Who took? All the pictures who took? Man, that was that's the system failing little kids. What slices? What do you mean? On what? What do you mean? Yeah, and Sharon, look at Sharon, what Sharon did. But I do believe that camera wasn't the camera going off? Was she taking them her? What I find odd is how could she stab him? And there was like a gun she stabbed? She had her grandparents' gun, some old gun, and took pictures at the same time. How's that possible? How do you hold a camera and take pictures while you're stabbing somebody? Yeah, I know, but they there was something about the yeah, but how do you take pictures at the same time? She was pretty small. I think there was a gun involved. She had her grandparents' gun with her, or some gun that was there with her. There's no one-handed serial killers cutting off heads. Absolutely not. Mm-mm. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, especially a girl to a guy. Come on now. Right. So there was a gun, and that's what I'm saying. And I'm saying, like, I really, I can't. I didn't watch it. I'll have to watch it. Oh, that's the police area. Well, Charles Manson's mother, right, was not his sister, but she was really young. Same thing with Ted Bundy, like that their grandparents were raising them, and I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that yeah, and then she ended up like trading him for a pitcher of beer. And then, because the grandparents made him. Yes, he did. He sure did, Justin. He sure did. And then, his, because he ended up with the mother. Yeah. And then the mother, she was, didn't want him. So she ends up bringing him to a home for unwanted children. Now, we all know how small stature he was as a man. Imagine him as a little boy. He was the small kid. and he was getting molested repeatedly, and he would run away, and he would go to his mother, and she didn't want him. And then he would end up back in there getting molested for stealing food or something, just like Eileen Warnos, when she stole like a pack of cigarettes and $30. And then it's done for you pretty much. It's, you know, I mean, man, when the people who are supposed to love you don't love you, and you're just a little kid, then yeah, man, Eileen Warnos, fuck, she got dealt a bad fucking hand. And she had a bad lawyer. And the weird fucked up shit is that same thing with DeFeo, Ronald DeFeo. Yep, he was so fucked up. And all he did was get like this. Like, I really honestly think that like, I just don't really get it. Oh, the attorney, her attorney, yeah. Ronald DeFeo, the one from the Amityville Horrors. He already knew the Lutzes. Okay? He knew the Lutzes. And I think it was John Wayne Gacy or something, wasn't it? I don't know, maybe a couple. He said society should be afraid of themselves right before they killed him. He said, you know, yeah, man. Green River Killer, yeah. Here's the thing too, man. They don't even try to fucking solve a lot of those murders. Yeah, I wasn't Gacy. It wasn't. I think Gacy was even there. It wasn't Gacy though. No, it was probably the Green River Killer. Yeah, because that was his area too. That was his area. Man, that mother. Here's what gets me though with the John Wayne Gacy, the last one, the last murder that he did, was that little kid from the store, and his mother was there to pick him up from work, right? And his mother was there to pick him up from work, and he said, "Hold on, I just want to talk to this guy about a job." And John Wayne Gacy had gotten into the back of it and the back of the drugstore in his pickup. He wasn't going after the kid, but the kid who was like 15, knew that he had a construction like landscaping business. And he what I don't understand, they always will leave out something too. There's always so many fucking open, like, I mean, like, wait a minute, how, like, okay, so the guy, like, okay, so I'd like to know this drugstore, right? This drugstore, I want to know the entrances. Like, how many entrances did it have? And he must have taken the kid by force back there and how if he frequented, like, because he got caught. Chicago landscaping. Oh, to the boys going to. Yes, I remember that. Never caught to this day. David Berkowitz. Edmund Kemper. Oh, okay. So the pharmacist. Ah, okay. So she did go in and say okay. Gotcha. Crying, right? Edmund Kemper. Very smart. Very smart. Very smart. No, Edmund Kemper was the real tall one. Very smart. He actually killed his maternal grandparents at 15. He would have had to take him by force because for that kid to get in the car, you know what I'm saying? With no, Edmund Kemper. Yeah, David Berkowitz. He actually got caught by a parking ticket. Yeah, he offered the kid a job. Yep. And God, now we're all over on these. Let's go one by one. Let's do one by one here. Um, yeah, he would have had to take the kid by force because, see, from what I hear, how he got most of his victims wasn't by force. It was like most of the time he would go for homeless people or runaways, things like that. Um, that Edmund Kemper, oh, the David Berkowitz one first with the parking ticket. Yes, he did kill people who worked for him. Absolutely. Absolutely. And you know what? I bet you, since they were able to identify a lot of those bodies, you know what that tells me? There was people looking for them. And these cops didn't look for them. They didn't look for the runaways. Okay, so they're a runaway, but that doesn't mean that the parent isn't, you know, doesn't want the police to intervene and find their kid. You know what I mean? Yes, he was, yeah. It is unusual, but it actually it actually goes back to the getting. I don't even know if he actually had sex with them, though. I don't think any of them had said that he had sex with them. I think it was kind of like the pulling the rug out from under them, getting them to trust him. Just like when he was pretending to do magic tricks with the handcuffs. I think psychopaths will kill people they know and people they don't know because they're defective. I mean, I'm not saying they're defective. I'm not like, like these people they'll go, they're crazy. They're crazy, and they'll go, they're crazy, and they think crazy is just, blah blah blah. No, no, no. I'm not talking to you directly, crying red, by the way. But these people have a reduction of functioning, you know? Yeah. See, the thing is though, some of them can have the self-control enough to be, you know, like I would say Sharon V lacks self-control. No. Wait, insanity that can't be fixed though. So what's the fucking point? Get rid of them. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know. I mean, 10 seconds has gone by, night owl. I don't know what I said. Mm, right. Where Tiffany doesn't, if she has self-control, so she's more dangerous than Sharon. Because, like Tiffany says, she doesn't stab you in the back, she'll stab you in the front. So I said to her, I go, Tiffany, you stabbed me in the back. And she said, no, I didn't. I stabbed you in the front. That's the first time I've ever heard that. David Berkowitz wanted to be caught. He heard screaming in his head. He was schizophrenic. He heard things like he was like the guy from A Beautiful Mind. Remember the movie A Beautiful Mind? Right. And with the lack of consequences of the behavior, even the fact that it took as long as it did for a video to get taken down of nudity. Um, when we'll all report, you know, Jim Jones, though, he was a nasty motherfucker. They killed those um officials, that politician that went there, killed them. And then when you kill the little kids first, right? Which is what he did, made that those parents give the fucking. I wonder if those people even knew there was poison in that Kool-Aid. Um, and when you poison your little kid and you're hearing your little kid crying, but they had guns on people. Yeah, the congressman. He had guns on the. Get out of town. The congressman's assistant, not Jim Jones. Right, but I think they had some guns on them because that congressman couldn't even leave. So I highly doubt he would have. Mm-hmm. How to become a tyrant. Really? Do they really? Are you kidding me? How to become a tyrant. Now there's an old school word that I know the meaning to. Hmm. Couldn't even escape without a plane, Crying Red. Where would they go? I think they're hunting humans now. I really do. Literally. Thing is, though, is a lot of things are when you like connect the dots, because it really was like the CIA that came up with the word conspiracy theory. And everything really is a conspiracy theory. Everything, every plan is a conspiracy theory, you know? Oh, you have a theory that people conspired? Well, I mean, if it happened, obviously somebody conspired, right? The country. Yes, he is. And that is why I literally think they should start giving brain scans. I mean, if they've done 86,000 brain scans, okay? And I mean, if this is the case, I know they've done at least that amount in their study. Exactly. Oh, so somebody has a theory that two or more people did it. Well, duh. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. And they came up with that the same time they came up with Operation Mockingbird, which was to have the media tell false stories and see how much the American public would believe for and do it for, there was like media publications and places that were like, why? Like, for how long? And it was until they don't believe it anymore. Hi, Cassidy. Well, that is why, we're here and YouTube gives us the, forum to talk about all this and support and speak out about things. I mean, the thing is we all know that heaven wouldn't be segregated. We also all know scientifically people don't get pregnant without having sex. Okay? We know that. Uh, I think that discrimination would go out the window, like being like a person who's right. But back then, way back then, I'm saying, all of that is trying to find the God particle. And that's what they're trying to find. So maybe the Antichrist will be a clone. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. And they say, so that there's something about that proves that ghosts don't exist. Um, so it's almost to take away the Holy Ghost thing. And what they want to do basically is to see, I thought that it was the opposite way around. But what they want to do basically is take a person and blow them to smithereens. They can't figure out why there's the ghost in the machine, like a vacuum. But it's because we're encoded. It's like a zebra with their stripes. Or if you've ever seen, yes they are crying red. And they're really hurting the environment too. And the what's it called? Oh my God, it protects us from the UV lights and stuff. Oh, Cassidy's back. I don't see Cassidy. Oh, there she is. Hi, Cassidy. I believe that it's the Big Bang theory again. I think that's what the Big Bang was. I think the Big Bang was some other motherfuckers in another time trying to figure out the God particle. And we destroy upon ourselves. I don't really know what Einstein's string theory is. But I don't really think Einstein was that brilliant. Yeah, and I think that's the Big Bang theory. That all has to start over again. The ice has to melt because as the fucking polar caps, you know, that's why they, yeah, I mean, it's a really bad thing. I think that God made man in the image of him, and man destroys the world. And have you ever seen the movie Donnie Darko, Crying Red? The director's cut? Or anybody. Has anybody seen Donnie Darko? Jake Gyllenhaal, oh, he's one of my favorites. God, I love me some Jake Gyllenhaal. But the director's cut is fantastic. The soundtrack is fantastic. It starts with boom, 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 in excess, never tear us apart. You could live for 1,000 years. If I hurt you, I'll make wine from your tears. I told you. Yeah, oh my God, love it. Donnie Darko, the director's cut. You have to watch the director's cut of it because if you watch the other one, it's just not the same. It's not the same. It's not the same. I've never worn a DVD out, but I wore that out. I had to buy another copy. One, because the fucking soundtrack is phenomenal. I mean, my God. Like, I don't even like that song. God, is it? Oh my God, there's a song. Oh my God, the end. Who is it? Oh my. Around is all this. Is it REM who does it? Really faces, wanna. Dun, 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 and I find it hard. I find it kind of sad. Dreams and where I'm dying are the best I've ever had. Remember that? Mad World. Mad World. Mad World. Yeah, that's the Sumerian tablets. That's what that is, right? The Sumerian tablets. So amazing, aren't they? That's not Tears for Fears. Tears for Fears is in. I want to say it's isn't it REM Mad World singing it in that? They might sing a version of Mad World. But Tears for Fears is in the soundtrack. Is it the one Everybody Wants to Rule the World? I feel like it might be, but I can't be sure. Well, I think as parasites. Right, I like shout, yeah. But there, man, God, you have to watch Donnie Darko. See, God, it's man trying to find the God particle that destroys man. You know, that's what's gonna happen. That trying to find that God particle thing. The ozone layer was what I was trying to think of. Isn't it Area 51? Imagine if they had all these people, right? And they said, hey, we figured out how to get to, the moon. And so they start offering trips to the moon. But you pay, maybe it's $50,000 a ticket. Okay. Hey, you're a millionaire. What's $200,000 for you and your faint wife and your 2 kids? You go to the moon. They got a Disneyland up there, right? But there is none. They just drop you right out. The fucking bottom falls from this big ol', like carrier jet, but it's and they just drop you. Bye bye now. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Then they have some clone with your fingerprints, your everything, right? Maybe even using your eyeballs, your skin. I mean, you ever seen those CSIs where they rehydrate the hand, or they've even put skin on like a glove to do the fingerprints. Okay? You make a good robot. Stick that person's eyes in with eye recognition going on. Their skin. I mean, all that shit's peel right off, man. Fucking Stepford Wives shit going on. Look at the guy who writes the 411 stuff. You know what I'm talking about? David Politis, is that his name? right? His son kills himself. Joined a cult. Had videos on YouTube. And killed himself. Oh, the Cascades is the worst. You do not, do you? Oh my God, that's one of the worst. Oh my God. Holy Toledos. There was a girl that fucking went, oh my God, I just can't even believe it. Poor girl was alive too for a while. Mm-mm-mm. And he fucking did that for a while too. Somebody with oh my God. You know what I think? There's a fucking trap door. I think when a little kid goes through the trap door, the little ones, and they find them like miles away. I think they probably weren't supposed to like get a little kid. It's something that triggers. Boom, they're gone. Trapdoor. They're always digging into mountains. There's all kinds of fucking tunnels underneath those mountains. They're, in my opinion, they're hunting humans. They're harvesting organs. They're utilizing every part of a human being. No, you can't do that. You cannot do that, Mr. Tim. Not many people can actually count cards, even. Back in the old days, maybe, before there being, you know, you can't. People don't even really win at fucking. And I imagine if you did win big in Las Vegas, you could possibly, even if you weren't counting cards, get fucking killed. All right, you guys, I have to end this live. This has been a wonderful conversation. Crying Red, you're great. You guys are great. Night Owl, Mr. Tim, God, you guys are awesome. I really, really, really. You know what? I think we all hope. That's the thing. That's having the faith. That's what it's about. Because nobody really knows what happens after we die. But, oh yeah, we were talking about the Cascades. Let's do that interview. But let's definitely talk on the phone. Crying Red. Oh my God. You're so interesting. You guys are all so interesting. Oh my God. The Cascades. Now, is that Washington? Or is that Washington or California? No, where is that? Yes, but can you do it without getting caught is the question. That's the question. And you're using a real deck. Yeah, see, that I do believe in. I do believe that there is a power to thought. Washington is the worst. Oh my God, it really, I just can't comprehend. God, there's so much I love to talk to you guys about. Make sure you guys press the notification bell thing twice. Press it twice. Go back and press it again and make sure you're subscribed, please. Yeah, I know, but I think they make, I don't know. Nobody needs as much money as he has. I know, because those are memories that are implanted in their brains. Because I think they saw something they weren't supposed to see. Peace, love, and tacos, you guys. You guys are great. Awesome. It sure is. It sure is. You're absolutely right. Watch Donnie Darko, the director's cut. Please, please, please. Definitely.